Good evening. Looks a little dark. Why is that? Yeah, that's better. You are watching Call Up for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois. It's Saturday night, 10 p.m. Central Standard Time. Today we're going to look at the extras that came with on Circus Grounds, the deluxe version, or you could have ordered them separately. There's a prelude, prologue that's just some reading of letters. And then there's an epilogue that has some puzzles in it. If you haven't watched yesterday's 7-hour stream where we played through the game proper and finished it, this won't make any sense unless, of course, perhaps you bought on Circus Grounds and played it, but didn't have access to the deluxe extras. So maybe it could be relevant in that case. YouTube says 9 concurrent viewers, 2 likes. This will be a small group tonight. Although maybe if you're using this channel for your insomnia to help you sleep, maybe this is the right kind of video. Maybe I should make a whole series of videos that just are complete non sequiturs, that just jump into a game in the middle. The only problem I realize with using my channel to help you sleep, which I frequently think might be its most valuable purpose, are those sections where I get angry and frustrated at some folding puzzle. And I could see how that would sort of throw off your sleep, disturb you, maybe give you nightmares or something. So, but I can't avoid that. There's one comment on yesterday's stream. It's Rob saying, "Oh, the moment I saw the origami, I knew we were in for a long, whiny session." That stung a little bit. I mean, it's not that I'm fully aware of how frustrated and angry I get at the drop of a dime as soon as I feel impeded from progress or some time pressure. But that whiny thing, I can see it. I can see that it's whiny, but it hurts a little bit. It stings. It's not the adjective you want to be described with in your epitaph, on your gravestone. You don't want, like, Jesse had good perseverance. He was smart. He worked hard. He was a little whiny at times. That's not really what you want. So, I believe this will be a short session. And let's do a little bit of bookkeeping before we get started. Here, I'm drinking Mexican Chiapas from Mad Goat. This is the company, the local to the area, not quite local to my town, but local to my area, coffee company that I love. I mean, they make a lot of great coffee, but you can order from it online if you're interested. The Mexican Chiapas and the Papua New Guinea are my 2 favorites. Tomorrow, at our normal 1 p.m., we will be playing our normal play-by-mail game, Dear Holmes. We'll be reading letter 2 of Brush with Death. The first letter was written very well. I'm interested to read more. And maybe we'll do something else after that if we feel like continuing our spooky October marathon with a longer game on Sunday afternoon. I'm not sure what that will be, and maybe that will depend a little bit on today's session. If today's session is very short, then maybe we'll get enough rest to do a proper session on Sunday tomorrow. If you're interested in helping us pick what games we play this October, what spooky, scary games, and in what order, on what days and times, there is a Board Game Geek Guild for this channel. There's a link in this video and on YouTube, and there's a thread there for Halloween 2024 where we're planning which games to play. You can see some of them behind me, as well as a draft calendar schedule. Let's check in with the chat. Dorp says, Curse of the Dark in the background, one of my favorites. Yes, we played Curse of the Dark on this channel maybe during last year's Halloween, October, and it was surprisingly good. It was a real surprise and fun. Do I have the schedule somewhere? The planned schedule? Where is it? What's happening here? I should bring it up occasionally. Here's our planned, our draft schedule. So I wasn't going to do anything but Dear Homes, but it's possible that we could move Curios Jasper Park to Sunday. That's going to be mostly reading. A weird, sort of indie cold case game, but mostly just reading a story. And then we've got Time Stories Cavendish, which is behind me. And then we've got some fan cases that we were planning on playing on Sundays. So we could also play a Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective fan case, but I'd like to give more notice for those, so probably not. I'm very interested in playing Blair Witch Season 2. And then right at Halloween, I think we were going to play either Never Park or Root of All Evil, two very deluxe games, experience type games. We did the same thing last year and it worked out well. Okay, anything else to talk about? I kept promising for the last two videos that I wanted to have a little taste test of some diet cream sodas. So we're going to have that today at the end of today's session. And I wanted to talk a little bit about public speaking and an issue I have, a difficulty I have with public speaking. I actually like public speaking quite a bit, but I wanted to talk about that a little bit with the channel and see if anyone has any ideas or thoughts or what your approach is, what your view is on public speaking. But we'll do that at the end, hopefully. Okay, so we've got a refill kit for the game, and in here is going to be, I think the refill kit came even with the non-deluxe versions, but let's just take a look. Obviously, spoilers here. I do like that they're giving a refill kit. I think they were giving this even to people who bought the game normally. So I think you got this automatically. But let's see what it's got here. Instructions for resetting. So actually, in our version, there was a straw that had disintegrated. This one looks like it's basically disintegrating, but you can see now that it wasn't hay, it was a straw. I don't know why they felt the need to give you new ties. Seems like you could reuse the old ones. This was the origami thing. They don't want this to be folded because that gives away that it's something to be folded with the origami, but it seems like, really, who are you fooling? And then we've got some extra heroin here, otherwise known as the Angel Maker chemical stuff that changes color. So it looks like you've got replacement scrolls. I don't see why. Maybe they thought you might write on these. It seems like these would just re-roll up. Again, why would you write on this? I mean, why would you need a new version of this? I don't get that. That's generous. I just don't know why you would need a new version. And what is this? Oh, another copy of the map. So we could have written on the map. We could have written on the map. And what have we got here? A little note from the authors of the case. Instructions on how to do it. Make sure the straw is somewhere on top, otherwise it may be crushed or broken. So I'm not, and then, yeah, so that's a weird, I mean, really the only thing that really needed refill is the chemical. It knows, that cat knows, 11 p.m., 10 p.m., it knows the live streaming is happening. It's like, I want to get on the air. This is my shot. The thing is, when it has that sock, when she has the sock in her mouth, she like can't open the door. Normally she can open the door, but Sarah, just come in the door. All right, now more importantly, here are these extras. So we're meant to do the epilogue has puzzles. That was a separate thing you could order, or it came in the deluxe version. And then these two were, I think, prelude and postcards. So let's take a look at this. TJ Moneycut has a good point about the folded note, which is that she would have had to fold the origami to write the message. So it should be pre-folded. That's a good point. All right, let's see what was in Civilian Service Extra Envelope 1. A whole bunch, well, no, not a whole bunch. Some cards. Palm reading card. Sorry, you don't see. Palm reading card. And what looks like a little maze or something having to do with the locket. Let's see what we've got here. Hi, thanks for your order with Studio Step. Here are the puzzle postcards you can send to friends or family. On these cards, you can write a secret message for the receiver to decipher. Oh, that's clever. Here's how it works. The heart, there's 4 entrances to the heart maze, indicated with arrows. Choose a path that leads to the center of the heart. Fill in letters into the circles you meet along the way to write the message you want to send to your friend. Then fill in the remaining circles with red herring letters. To find the secret of your heart, the receiver has to find the right path. Want to make the explanation for the other a bit more mysterious and poetic? Add this poem. More the messenger with blushing bow, shot 4 arrows from varying start. Only one hits the right letters like a code with the true message to the center of the heart. Okay, so you just pick one of the entrances marked with arrows. There's an arrow, there's an arrow. And you fill in letters. Okay, and then this one is appropriate for the more seasoned puzzle enthusiast. You'll write your message in the circles on the fingers on the front of the card. First, try to work it out yourself using this picture and the inside of the card. Okay, so you write any letters you want, and obviously there's going to be an order here. Let's see. Read the lines of my hand. Unpuzzling, read how the puzzle works on the backside. I'm just going to read the answer because I'm not particularly interested in working on puzzles yet. Lines on the inner left side are numbered 1 through 5. Each line has an astrological sign attached to it. The gestures on the inner right of the card have the same astrological signs. So they get this, you fill in your message there. You have to know how to do it. When they open it, they'll get instructions for how to open it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 lines. Okay, astrological sign. Gestures on the inner right have the same astrological signs. Okay, so each one of these astrological signs of the 5 lines has a symbol here. Look up which letters are crossed with each line. When the hand would take on the gesture that corresponds to the astrological sign for that line. For instance, using line 3, this line here with the H, you'd only read the outermost letters of the index and middle finger. So you'd only be doing this. Okay, so you do the symbol and then you look where it would interact. So only these 2 letters here. Cute. Okay, so you've got 2 letters on each line, so 10 letters total for your message. So you do it and you'd write it out. Okay, so this is that's the order that you would write. Okay, that's cute. Okay, so there's the key. For this card, there's also a cryptic explanation, a suggested little poem you can write for them. Fun. There are probably other similar cards you can buy, leave coded messages for people, but that's pretty cool. I guess I like this one. This one feels like a little bit of a multi-step. Okay, so that was an optional thing that didn't come in the base game, I think. And then here we're going to get the letters. Okay, so those were some cards you could get. And then this was a set of letters that adds more context to this. It's just story element. So let's see. Are they in order? Maybe we'll read the first one. So 1880. So these are all before the events that happened in the game. And this last one is a couple days before the events that we played. So let's read this one, which was 3 years earlier. One 80 December, October. Okay, let's read one letter. Let's see if it's of any interest to us. Double-sided letter. Okay. Saturday, October 16th, 1880. And this is all from Nicholas? Yes. Okay, so these are all from the person who died in our game, the person who ran the story. So it's a little bit like we're learning a little bit about his life. It pains me to be writing to you at this late hour. As for why it's taken me so long, alas, I cannot be certain. It could be the industrious life I lead, though I wish not to dwell on that. Mayhaps in time when talking of us has worn thin, we may turn to the subject of myself. But we both know that my existence revolves around us. Still, though the idea has taken shape in ways quite different from how us both had once imagined. This is going to be, I guess, maybe to his wife that we remember died, and then he took care of the kids. I know you have questions for me about how I'm faring, whether Elizabeth is still in good health, and you might well be curious about Adrian. And I can assure you I shall inform you about them, perhaps at a different time. For now, please grant me a moment's respite from present affairs. I have had a long day, and my weary legs are yearning for a leisurely stroll through memory. Indulge me as I refill my cup. Do you recall those cans with which we used to speak to each other through the hedges at your father's household? I had strung the cord across the ditch behind your yard and sat there in the foul-smelling mud, whilst you could sit underneath your pear tree with your parents none the wiser. Entire afternoons we spent, I in the muck and you in the yard, conversing about our budding lives. And if I wished to see you, I was to move to the avenue on the opposite side of your home. But there we were not allowed to make contact, as it would alert your father to our little game. Time and again we were compelled to decide betwixt seeing or hearing one another. Vividly I remember my inner turmoil, my feet and wet socks, submerged in the ditch, knowing that your gaze was just out of sight, yet so entranced by our conversation that I was unable to do anything but press that can to my ear. I believe it was then that I decided to marry you. When a man cannot choose between beauty and character, but is equally beguiled by both, only one possible answer prevails to unite the two in matrimony. As of this moment, cables are being spun throughout Europe. The American companies have improved much upon the teletrophone. All the continent's cities are being connected. Soon, yet, those cans will connect all individuals, and correspondences like ours, which we were forced to conduct in secret, can take place in every household with lovers the world over. A strange world, a strange future looms. Dreams our parents entertained, which we quietly ridiculed, are becoming reality. And while this year's end draws near, I'm increasingly becoming aware of the urge to look back at the world we leave behind, a world in which you shall ever be my anchor. Mayhaps it helps me keep my wits in this, the autumn of my life. I'm now 61, and have reached the age at which the past appears ever more pleasing. Here's who we're listening to. The guy who was murdered. Past appears more pleasing. Mayhaps that is why I write to you only now. Mayhaps I write seeking your wisdom. Elizabeth has turned 21, a woman grown, and her demeanor is growing more unseemly by the day. Undoubtedly, you would be able to put her in her place. You might recognize yourself in her uninhibited nature and be able to straighten her out in a manner more suited to the female disposition. She's your daughter, sanguine and choleric, and that which attracted me to you, those same qualities keep her beyond my reach. She also dances beyond the circus grounds with village urchins, pub-goers, and ne'er-do-wells, and the very fact that I worry about her, that I express my concerns, seems to disaffect her from me further. I'm not powerless against her, but I should be able to do more than simply discipline her. What were your last words about your father? I believe you called him a pebble too hard to change himself and too small to change anything of note. Incidentally, she has grown into a beautiful woman. You would be proud of her, though you would be outraged to see the extent to which she has developed her immoral ways, even if only witnessed through text. My concerns regarding her fuel my sleepless nights when I cannot be certain of her deeds nor rely on her promises. And my days are spent keeping our other child, little Ari, who could always command your affection, from harm's way. Enough now. I'm allowing my day-to-day woes to stifle me once more. Evidently, reminiscence alone is not enough to soothe my worries. I will pour myself another and conclude this letter, trusting that I will find another chance to speak to you. Nicholas Meister. So, is he writing to a real person? I mean, this is his wife, but is his wife dead when he's writing to her? Or is she just Or is she just away? I don't remember when we were told she died, but I think he's writing to his wife who's dead. I think he's just like journaling. Okay, so there are 5 of those letters, and it's just setting the stage for our cast of characters that we met during the game. 4 more letters that span the years and going right up until a couple days before his murder. So you let me know. Do you want to hear all those stories? Do those interest you? Do you feel like that adds a little bit to the game? I realized when we played the game, I really liked the narrative. I wasn't all that interested in the people's lives beyond the game. I guess we assumed the guy was not a bad guy. He was a little harsh with his daughter, but now we're seeing why. Let's take a look at what's in the extra epilogue. Remember, here we think there are some puzzles. I'm not sure how many or how much time worth. In general, anything that's extra to Kickstarter, like Kickstarter exclusive extra stuff, means it was not good enough to put in the game. So I really am skeptical about this stuff. Like, if these puzzles weren't good enough to put in the game, I'm not sure they're... Maybe that means they're going to be frustrating. I'm not sure that we should spend too much time on it, but I am curious to see what it is. It looks like there's quite a bit here. See, is there instructions somewhere? Yes. Dear Sir, Madam, in succession to the case of Dossier 43, Meister 1883, also known as On Circus Grounds, we have a new dossier for you. Concerns another bloody event in a circus, this time in Turin, Italy. We suspect it to be related to your findings around the murder investigation in Dawson. Oh, is this going to be our lion tamer is involved? This makes you the best person to delve into these documents. Can you investigate what happened in Turin and answer the following questions? Who met a grisly fate at the lion cages? Who's responsible? If applicable, what objects were used? Okay, so we've got a whole dossier story here. Not just extra little puzzles. It feels like we got a little mini cold case game right here. All right, well, I guess we're going to play it. The QR code on the right will direct you to the web page. There you can submit your findings and check your answer. And if you've forgotten anything about the original case, compiled by an unknown source, has been declared as reliable. Verify the contents. Suggestions for how to play. Okay, this is its own little mini cold case game. Here we are. We're about to play a new game. Bet you didn't think that was going to happen today. All right. Let's see what we've got. I guess we're going to start with some newspaper clippings. Tea sets. China. Okay, let's see what you could get back into the 1880s. 100-piece dinner set, $7. How'd you like that? China dinner set, 100-piece, $7. Tea sets, $5, $3. What have we got here? Okay, Turin, Italy, October 5, 1913. So 30 years after our case, right? 13, 17, 30 years. Circo Maestro ends in ruin. Tragedy and despair looms over the big top circus, Circo Maestro. It is now a month since the circus lost his lion tamer, and director after a gruesome incident at the lion cages. The 2 lions had to be shot for their horrible act of devouring a human being. No man, woman, or child would be safe for these creatures. Losing these valuable animals means the end of Circo Maestro. Turin will have to find a new favorite pastime for the coming winter. A little article about cholera. Cholera-stricken soldiers too similar to wild lions wrapped up in bloodlust to tend to their illness. Okay, Circo Maestro. Lions ate the lion tamer and the director, both. Oh, those were the 2 people responsible for the death last time, right? It's going to be the son, who's the new director, and the lion tamer. They got their comeuppance. What is that? And it's pretty gruesome. This is our, I guess now we're finally getting our horror stuff. What are these pieces of the bodies? Flesh in pools of blood? Someone is pointing out that actually, if you look at this newspaper, there's something very suspicious about these dotted lines forming an irregular grid. And in fact, look at this. It looks like it's meant to be folded. It's a Mad Magazine thing. Look, this to hammer connects. This connects. So it's not meant to actually be folded. It's meant to be cut in strips. This strip is going to connect to this strip, or folded. And then it feels like we've got a grid here. Grid or strips? Very strange. Not strange, but like you can't cut it. You can't cut grid and then know how to reassemble it, but you could certainly do some folding like this and see what you would see. But then you'd want to fold it this way too. You can see these 2 rows connect. These 2 connect. A lot of different ways to connect. Okay, well, we're obviously going to be doing that here. That's a very clever observation. It's clearly that these connect in specific ways, but I'm not sure how to combine this without. Yeah, I mean, you could go this way, obviously, any place you want, and you could go this way and to line up these things. But I'm not sure that gives you 1, 2, 3 different ways to go this way, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different ways to go this way. I'm not sure how you would choose which to do. Okay, let us continue reading, though. I'm excited that we're getting an actual little mini cold case. I thought we were going to get standalone rejected puzzles. This is like a follow-up little cold case. Dear Julius, remember, this is the guy that got falsely accused. That was Elizabeth, the stable boy, falsely accused and spent his life in prison. The father of Elizabeth's little girl, Julia. Let's see, who's writing to him? Oh, this is the daughter writing to the father. It's clear to what end you wrote your letter, and let me put you at ease. I live a content life. Here's her reply to the end epilogue letter that we read in our stream. I have laid to rest my anger and confusion, now that I know what happened to you and mother when you were young. I forgive you, as I forgive Elizabeth's brother for selling poison, As I forgive the judges in Zwolle who rejected the dossier I compiled to try to get you free. I collected as much evidence about the death of Nicholas Meister as I could, and I know you're correct. The culprit was Giuseppe Cagliari, but he was in love. People do strange things when in love. He must still feel awful about what happened. To right wrongs, I will look him up. I know where he lives and that he opened his very own circus. In an hour, a carriage will take me to Turin, where Circo Maestro presents his arts. I'll go to the grounds, where for the main show tonight, the famous Italian lion tamer will perform. I'll tell you of our meeting once it's happened. I laid out my steps on the back of this card so you can see through the stops on my way yourself. I think you'll be happy to see my progress. Be content and know I forgive him for both of us. Julia something. P.S. I will send you a picture of myself when I can. So she seems to have forgiven the murderer of her grandfather and the person who locked up Julius, but obviously things are not going to go well when she arrives at the circus. And this was June 1912 letter, and here this accident happened October 5th, 1913, so a year and a bit later. On the other hand, I wonder if this is right. I wonder if she's telling the truth here, if she's just creating an alibi. Okay, so she says, here are the stops. You can follow along with me. So she's writing from Bern. Train, tracks, and carriage. Genoa, Turin. But maybe this is maybe sending secret information like I'm going to go kill him. All right, let's see. Is this, I think this might be Julia. She's wearing the locket. And we also learned that Julia was the person that compiled the dossier. Spoons, 1 through 11. Or crosses. Okay. A little measuring ruler of some sort. Wondrous Wafa. Come visit and be amazed. Okay. Little block print thing, it looks like. Oh boy. Wondrous Walla's Magic Box. Walla Wafa. Wondrous Wafa's Magic Box instructions. How to make 4 detachable items disappear in the magic box without harming the dove inside the cave. Okay. Oh, no. This isn't origami folding. This is manageable. But I don't think we're meant to reconstruct this. This is just an idea here. So you've got a torch, a saw, a rose, a hammer. You make a box. You put the dove in it. Then you drop an outer box on top of it with peepholes inside each side. However, you're going to use a mirror, it looks like. Hidden component. Okay, so they're splitting the box down in half, and so it looks like when you look in, you can see the bird is in a square container, but he's really in a little container split in half with a mirror made to make it look bigger. And then through I guess it's not a peephole, through the hole, you can push items. You can put the rose And then you can spin it. I will take the item that ends up in the hidden compartment. Repeat steps 4 to 7. Insert the items matching the bull, the horse, and the snake. I will take the item that ends up in hidden compartment B. So they're hidden compartments. I'm a little confused how this works. I mean, this looks like you're pushing something through here. But then what? It goes into the hidden compartment. So here's the rows here. And it looks like the puzzle is to figure out what would be here. So you're not reconstructing this, but you're just figuring it out. Okay, so there's a torch, a saw, a rose, and a hammer. The rose comes in and goes in hidden compartment B, it looks like. And then you rotate it this way. Still not, don't really get why things are going in hidden compartments, but what is it trying to tell us? You're repeating the steps to insert the items. So first you put the rose, then the item that matches the bull, the item that matches the horse, and the item that matches the snake. So what item would match the bull? And then what item would match the horse? And what item would match the snake? I don't know if we have the information to solve that yet. Is there something I'm not thinking? I mean, saw, snake, but H, hammer, B doesn't work. Bull. So I'm not 100% sure if this is... Sounds like we're just trying to figure out which item she's taking. The item that ends up in hidden compartment B, but I thought... I see, that's C. C is where the rose goes. And then it rotates. So it sounds like first it goes in C, then D, then an item goes in A, and then lastly an item that goes in B. So bull, horse, snake. We're meant to figure out what item matches the snake, I guess. And snake. Well, I'm a little I don't know. I don't know what to do with that, or why once we figure out what she takes, it's useful. So let's just put that aside for now. I see we have more letters from her. So this is June 1912. Then she makes it to Turin, and here she is. Let's see what she says when she gets to Turin. Dear Julius, the Italian lion tamer is not who I thought he was. I saw a clumsy young man devastated by insecurity. He seemed more afraid of the lions than most of the audience was. He tried to work through his act, but halfway through got so frightened by the beasts that he left the ring. This is when the director appeared to push the losing lion tamer back on stage. All in all, it was an interesting eve. I went to see the artist afterwards and engaged in lively conversation through a flower card of mine. Our contact took me on a winding path, and it wasn't until there was no turning back that I saw the side of his wagon. Everything grows more complex as my initial goal is now both within reach and suddenly condemnable. I took on a job on the circus grounds until I've worked out what I need to do. I will keep you informed. Your daughter, Julia. Okay. Continue here. Ask your doctor for Mendoza's. She says, I will steal this. Okay, so she's leaving us instructions. She's saying, I'm going to take the item that ends up in B, one of these. Then she's saying, I'm going to steal this one. Melanie Callion Mendoza's Mystical Medicine. Drink it every day to stay healthy. Okay, so it looks like you can put numbers here, digits in each space. She's going to steal this one. There's the arsenic, sulfur, glycerin. This one is Cox's hive syrup. This one is Mendoza's medicine, number 28. And this one is not labeled at all. This one she's going to steal. Okay. Nothing on the back. Okay, next letter. Dear Julius, enclosed is an article from the local newspaper. If you understand the plan we made over the past year, you will know how to read what our final act entailed. Make the M ... to complete, skip letters. The interval is our best score. Giuseppe ... to complete, follow Arthur's steps. Okay, so make the M, and then she's saying the rest of the sentence, skip letters. The interval is our best score. Giuseppe, to complete that sentence, follow Arthur's steps. Hope you approve of my methods. It took a lot out of me to get it all to this point, but the worst is behind us. Let that be the end of it. I know I'll never see you in person, but I want you to know I'm not angry at you, that I love you, and I wish you the very best. I hope you, like I, found happiness. I think Elizabeth would want that for both of us. October 16, 1913, May 11, 1913, September 10th, October 5th, July 3rd, 1913, June 7th, 1912. Okay. Let's keep going. He's clearly planning to kill this guy. Come visit Circo Maestro, 1913. The wondrous Waffa. Look, I think this is that box. There's the snake. There's the elephant. So we've got a little more clues about the two sides we can't see, right? Like, look, here's our bull and horse. And on this one, we can see snake and elephant are the others. Feral lions. Come reach your best score. Okay, so this is part of her instructions on this letter. Interval is our best score. She says, let us assemble the item and the elixir outside the lion cages. And look, she's a nurse or a chemist. So I wonder if she's going to be able to assemble the poison. She knows this information. These symbols are the items that were on our newspaper to combine. So arsenic, glycerin, laudanum, liver oil, sulfur, camphor oil. So I think maybe this is going to tell us which one of these. Maybe this is going to tell us which one to combine, which ones to match up. If we knew we wanted laudanum, we would match up those two on the newspaper. We've got some digits there, 38, 39, 222. I wonder if we're going to expect that those are the numbers we put in here. Wouldn't be surprised if it's laudanum, but okay. What does she say here? You know he's a bad man. We cannot be resigned to this life. You have in you leaves and flowers. These are two people writing back and forth. It all went wrong before it went this time. We need to have a better plan. I cannot live on feeling guilty. Let's do this as soon as possible. It all went wrong before. It won't this time. We need to have a better plan. We know he's a bad man. This sounds like Julia saying, we know he's a bad man. And Julius built her father, says we cannot be resigned to this life. You have in you leaves and flowers. She says it all went wrong before. It won't this time. Or we need to have a better plan. I cannot live on feeling guilty. Not sure what that's about. Let's do this as soon as possible. All right. Got a card here of leaves and flowers. Handkerchief flirtation. Handkerchief in July 13, 1912. Handkerchief in right hand, handkerchief in left hand, handkerchief in breast pocket. Oh, this is what they mean. Handkerchief in the right hand means I want to be free with you. Handkerchief in the left hand means I have nothing to give you. Handkerchief in breast pocket, I will give you both body and mind. Handkerchief in pant pocket, I wish not to see you again. If you wear a black bow tie, I will follow you to the moon. Someone has added. Wear a necktie, I'm engaged, so leave me alone. Let me know how you feel. I think we have a lot to offer each other. I wonder if she's flirting with our lion tamer to trick him. Okay. Now, this is meant to be a little tricky, but that is Arthur. The A is barely cut off, but that says Arthur. Arthur something. And he's got a handkerchief in his right hand. He's also wearing a bow tie. And Arthur was mentioned in her letter. She says, to complete, follow Arthur's steps. So handkerchief in right hand means I want to be free with you. But then does he have a black bow tie? He also has a handkerchief in his left lapel, in his breast pocket. I will give you both body and mind. Anything else? Does he have a black bow tie? Meaning I will follow you to the moon. I want to be free. I will give you both body and mind. I will follow you to the moon. Can't see if he's got anything here. To the end. In the end, it all comes. In the end, it all comes full circle. Interesting. All right, well, let's keep reading, but we're almost ready to work on these. Here's a letter to Arthur from Giuseppe, the lion tamer. Get over yourself. You think you have it tough, but you have no idea how hard the world can be. Il Circo only exists by the grace of hard labor, and I need you to be forte. Need to be brave, I guess. These days, big lions are the only thing that will draw visitors. That's why I spend so much on advertising your shows. But how are people supposed to believe Arthur's courage among beasts is unrivaled if you're only interested in that woman? Forget about her. She will not bring you happiness or freedom. You will not set one foot out of these grounds as long as you don't make a successful lion tamer. So you better toughen up and take this life seriously. I know I was not wrong in making you my successor. All you need to do is man up and act like it. Do not make me regret having you around any more than I already do. Giuseppe Cagliari, director of Il Circo Maestro. Okay, so now we know Giuseppe, the lion tamer from the previous circus, has gone on to become the director of his own circus, Circo Maestro, and he's hired himself a new lion tamer, Arturo, and both of them end up killed in the newspaper eventually, and it looks like Julia has organized it. Forte means strong, be strong, not brave. Okay, so somehow Julia has arranged the murderous death of both of these people. I don't know why she doesn't like Arthur, but so be it. Where is our questions? Who met a grisly fate at the lion cages? Certainly sounds like it's Giuseppe and Arthur, but okay. Who's responsible? Julia. And now the the only question that seems complicated here is what objects were used? All right. Let's see. How are we going to break this down? I suppose. Get rid of these letters here. Actually, it's been 58 minutes. Why don't we take a little break here, and then we'll try to reorganize this stuff and just work on the puzzles as we can. All right. I'll see you in 8 minutes, and we'll get started. We are back. I've just been looking at this. So this is kind of fun. Marco says look closer at the crest on the letter. I can take a look at it. Nothing jumps out to me here. Since the lion tamer for Cagliari, I don't see nothing jumps out there. So, but let me do something different. So I'm curious about this one. This is the one that's caught my interest to work on. So let's write some stuff here. Okay, so I understand now this box and compartment. The idea is, it says how to make 4 detachable items disappear. So you put the dove in here. People think that the dove is in this square box, but the box can collapse so that one side is angled like a triangle. And you can see what happens is you put something in here like the rose and it rolls down and gets put, this compartment opens and it rolls into that compartment and then closes so that it disappears. And then you rotate it and put a new item that looks like a stick and it rolls down and goes into the new compartment. Maybe the compartments auto open. So the compartments are where you hide the item so that you can show, I'm shoving this in, I'm shoving this in, I'm shoving this in, then I'm going to remove the box and they're all gone. Okay. And our goal here is to figure out which item she is going to use of these 4. Obviously, we're figuring out from some of these puzzles different items she used to do the murder. Okay, so here are the 4 possible items, 4 containers, compartments. We're just trying to figure out which goes in which. Now, what we saw here is we've got bull and we've got horse. We don't know what's on the other side of these, but we've noticed that from this picture, we have snake and elephant. So if these are on this clockwise, then we know it has to be snake and elephant, right? It can't be elephant, snake. It's snake and elephant. So the snake is up here and elephant. These are a loop, but the 4 sides in order would be elephant, snake, then bull, then horse. Let me make sure I've done that right. Elephant, snake, have I done that right or have I got it wrong? This is one of these spatial things again. The snake has to come after the horse. I think I did that wrong. With my inability to spatially reason. The snake has to come after the horse. Is that what I wrote? I don't remember now. Snake. Elephant. Right? Just imagine it's going around. Bull, horse, snake, elephant. Okay. And then there's some suggestion that the drawings of the animals look like letters. I don't think that's right. I don't think that's right. I'll tell you what I think. I'll show you in a second. Let's just make sure I got this part right. All right, so the corner has, I don't know why this should be so difficult, but here's our corner, snake and elephant. And it rotates the other side. So horse, snake, elephant. Yes, okay. horse, bull. Okay, now let's just do this systematically. The instructions, the example shows us that the rose is going through some hole. We don't know what animal's behind here, but the rose is falling into C. Even though we started with A, B, C, D, here it's rotated a little bit. So the rose, we don't know what animal it lines up with, but we know it goes into compartment C. And then we're told, all right, let's see if I can do this here. Okay, then we're told that this rotates this way. And we're told to insert the items matching the bull, then the horse, then the snake. So the next item that's going in goes in on the bull side, and then the horse, and then the snake. By process of elimination, you know that the rose went in on the elephant side. And just to make sure our orders are right, it's elephant, then bull, then horse, then snake, right? So this is the right order, but here's the order that you insert the items. Elephant, and you know that's the rose, and you know that ends up in C. Okay. But it's a bit of a puzzle what these three items are, but let's just get this part right. So the first item is going to fall into C, right? Then it rotates this way, 90 degrees. And the next item is going to come in through here and slide down into this one, which is D. Then the next one's going to come in and go into A, and the last one's going to go into B. That's the compartments. So once we fill these three items out and we know what item is associated with each animal, then we will know we want whatever went into B. That's what she says. So this is the object we care about. Now, the question is now, which of these three items, torch, saw, hammer, go with which of these three animals? The chat seems to think that the drawings of the animals look like letters. So snake for saw, elephant R is R for rose, horse is H for hammer, bull is T for torch. Can't be coincidence. I'm not sure that that's right. I don't really see it. Elephant looks like an R. Well, you're right. The elephant does look like an R. I will concede the elephant absolutely looks like an R. The snake looks like an S. For saw, elephant looks like an R. The horse is H. Well, you're right. That does look like an H. And bull is T. Well, you're absolutely right. I've changed my mind. You've convinced me. You're absolutely right. That means the bull is a T for torch. The horse is H for hammer. And the snake is S for saw. So that's their answer, that she took a saw. Well, you're absolutely right. But I do want to point something out. I said I was going to disagree, but I can see now you're clearly right. But I do want to point something out. Look at what the top thing says here. The ever-ready torch, smokeless, odorless light in the dark, an electric torch. This is a saw. Pyre Woodworks. Pyre is Pyre's wood. That's a saw, and this is a hammer. So I think maybe I was going to say that was going to give us our match, but now I'm guessing that the saw that she's taking means it's this that we care about lining up. Remember, we said, like, how are we to know which of these folds is important? But I think now I would guess that we should be looking at the saw, is my guess. That's the wrong place to fold it. But I guess I am going to fold it. I was going to say I'm not going to fold it, but I guess I am going to fold it now. So I wonder if our first step is going to be the saw, and then these are clearly the tinctures. So once we figure out what thing she takes, we might match those up, and then I think we're going to get an item here. But maybe we'll worry about that in a second, one thing at a time. Okay, so we've solved this puzzle. Let's move along. What's the next thing for us to solve? We've got this. We've got this code. She says, I lay down my steps on the back of this card so you can see through the stops on my way yourself. See through the stops. That sounds suspicious. See through the stops on my way yourself. I think you'll be happy to see my progress. Sounds like... Aha. Okay. So if I hold this up, you can, it's hard for you to see, but these areas here, these oddly shaped circles, you can see through. Let's see if we can do it in a way that you can see it. Yes, okay, well, let's see if you can see it. So that's the letter and. They're all words that fit in here. This word is Giuseppe. There's a word in each little circle here. Okay, so she starts off the stops on the way. I think you'll be happy to see my progress. I laid out my steps. Okay. So do you think we read from here? So we're going to have to write it. Can you see that? You can't really see it, can you? You're just going to have to take my word for it. Be easier if we just could make a copy of it. Can we? We look through it this way? Is that easier? Maybe that's easier. Just trying to figure out the easiest way to do it. I will end. Giuseppe. I will end Giuseppe lives where let's do it in separate parts. It's too error prone here. So we've got something here. Goes to this one, this one, this one. Got something here, something here, something here. This is my abstract connections. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. We'll just fill this in. This one is I. And then here is will. And then there is end. Okay, and then down here, that says where. And that one says with. Why? That one there says Giuseppe. And lastly, that one says you. I will end Giuseppe lives where I will you train tracks and cottage. I wonder if the idea is there's two messages here. Let's see. She starts at Ben. I will end Giuseppe. I will go to the grounds where, for the main show tonight, the famous Italian wine tamer will perform. I will tell you of our meeting once it's happened. I laid out my steps on the back of his card. You can see through the stops on my way yourself. I think you'll be happy to see my progress. So maybe I will end Giuseppe lives where. Kind of weird, huh? Where? I mean, maybe we don't need to know the exact message. She's clearly saying, I'm going to kill Giuseppe. But I don't know why these two things here don't seem to make sense. Maybe she doesn't have to go to those places. Let's see. I will end Giuseppe's life. Maybe that's it. I will end Giuseppe's life. All right. Well, we can come back to that part, but that is clearly the seeing through things. We're going to need to know this medicine now. Okay. And we do. I will end where Giuseppe lives. I don't know. I don't think so. I don't know how to connect that, but all right, let's worry about that later. I will steal this. Okay, so what is this 4-digit thing here? Okay, well, we can, first things first, we can see clearly that this numbers do match up with this because this is Cox Hive syrup. And if you look up Cox Hive syrup, it is 5.7. Okay, so if we care about this one, it's going to be one of these 4-digit ones. And I guess, is the way we solve that by doing this? So first we have glycerin, which is flammable, laudanum, which is a painkiller, liver oil, a laxative, or mercurial ointment for syphilis treatment. So if it was this last one, then we would be trying to line up. I guess we'll just do some folding on these so that we can line them up when we test. A little weird. I'm not sure if we should first solve this and then we'll know which thing to fold, like the other puzzle, or if we should fold to solve it. This little thing here might be the hint about folding. But I don't know if we should be folding first and use that as our solution, or if we should be solving it and then folding it. How does that help us if that's the right one? Doesn't look like anything. What's the other option? Glycerin, which is flammable. I'm just going to do all these folds now, and then maybe something will jump out at us, or maybe we'll have to solve it on our own. There's no reset for this. This is the one you need the reset for. That looks kind of like a shoe or something. So does this by itself, so I don't know. Maybe we should have decoded the messages before messing with this. Just gonna continue since I've already done so much here. Feels a little error prone. And 'That doesn't seem like anything. Oh, I guess we're gonna do this fold now. Does that look like anything? No. Was there one more? There is one more. Liver oil laxative. Did I combine the wrong one at some point? This one was this. Liver oil laxative. I'm not sure that one's even here. All right. Well, that didn't really pan out. It can't be the glycerin since the glycerin is on the left. Good point. That didn't really pan out as a solution. All right. Well, let's put this aside for a moment, or just pick one to use as our sort of working hypothesis. But when I combine these, it feels like that's the right thing to do, but can't be glycerin, but it could be laudanum. So if we do this, this is not quite folded properly, but we get this. This looks like a foot, but it doesn't help us. Doesn't seem to help us know which one to do. All right, so let's put that issue aside and let's see if there's a different way we could get this. And we do have another puzzle to attack, which is this. If you understand the plan we made over the past year, you'll know how to read what our final act entailed. Skip letters. The interval is our best score. So it says take an article. There's an article on the newspaper. Skip letters. The interval is our best score. Okay, so this is our best score thing. What's the idea here? How does this work? Looks like a little bit of a game. How does this game work? Our best score, huh? Is it foot? Is that what this is? Is there a right foot and a left foot? And now this is a foot. And so Is this a left foot? A foot would be 5. Is that what this is? Is that what this is supposed to tell us? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. M-A. One, two, three, 4, 5. G. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Magic. Okay. So maybe this was the right answer, and it is a foot. And maybe that's a 5, and so we're jumping 5s, because if you skip 5s, you get magic. M-A. And you know what? We don't have to, do we not have to count? Can we use that picture? Under M A G M A G, not exact. I C I better do it. Magic 2, 3, 4, 5. L 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. E 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. E 1, 2, 3. 2, 3, 4, 5. G 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. C 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. N. Magician. Okay, one word. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. S 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. W 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. N 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. D 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. G 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. O 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. F 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. U 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. L 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. L 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. C 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. R 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. C 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. L 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. E 1, 2, 3. Where am I circled back? 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. E 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. E 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 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And we're back. Magician. Magician's wand. Magician's wand. Go full circle. Okay, Magician's Wand, go full circle. It's bent. It looks like we're meant to make this go a full circle. What would that give us? Okay, make the Magician's Wand go full circle. Make the Magician's Wand go full circle. What does that do for us? Okay. We found the statement. Magicians make the Magician's Wand go full circle. Sounds like we could get a. What would it do? The wondrous. I don't see how that helps us. But okay, let's put that aside for now. At least we figured out this. And then this one, follow Arthur's steps. Follow Arthur's steps. In the end, it all comes full circle. As we pointed out, he had a handkerchief in his right hand. I want to be free with you. Then he seemed to have one in his breast pocket, which means I will give you both body and mind. Is he wearing a black bow tie? No? If he is, though, I'll follow you to the moon. Let me know how you feel. I think we have a lot to offer each other. In the end, it all comes full circle. I mean, is this the wand? Because look, it kind of looks like a wand. Like those look like, this looks like the black and the white tips of a wand going full circle. Is that just a reference about this? Going full circle? How does that help us though? In the end, it all comes full circle. These look like pieces of a magic wand. I don't know how that has anything to do with this, though. Any thoughts about this? Follow Arthur's steps. Follow Arthur's steps. Are these his steps? I will follow you to the moon. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All right, well, stepping back, we have this to figure out. Follow Arthur's steps. Says, I will follow you to the moon. This says, make the magician's wand go full circle. Oh, another full circle. Clearly, it's something about full circle. Once we decode that message, it's conceivable we would be told this. We think we might know this because of the shoe. If that's right, that's the laudanum. Is that the laudanum? That's the laudanum, yeah. So that would make this 3839, if that's right. I'm not at all convinced. 3839. I will steal this. So I guess we just need to know that that would be laudanum. Okay, sorry, let's check in the chat, see if anyone has any theories here. There's a note card with a meter in spoons with the same symbol on the Mendoza medicine advertisement. Well, that's a good catch, that this is actually this symbol. Number of spoons. Number of spoons. Not sure, how would we? 2 spoons. Okay, well, look. 2 spoons, 2. 5 of 7. Look, 5. This is going to be 5 of 7. This is going to be 2 of 8. Yes. So or is that just wishful thinking? Glycerin. What's the code for glycerin? 1819. 1 of 8. So if we're right that this is laudanum, it should be 3 of 8. And sure enough, it's 3 of 8. So maybe this is another way to get the answer here. Arsenic, let's test our theory here. Arsenic is, looks like 11 of whatever. Arsenic is 11. I don't know why the 8 is there, but that is 11. So it looks like, and where's our sulfur? 5? Yeah. Okay, so this may be a redundant way to get this, or maybe this is the way to get this. Then we do it here, and then we get the shoe. Okay. So, but this is absolutely 3 of 8, so 3.8. So it could, but it could be mercurial ointment. Mercurial ointment is 3837, and laudanum is 3839. So how do we decide between, what are the double-digit ones? So clearly the first digit is where the liquid rises up to. So this is 2 of 8. Is it that we see 2 lines here? Like there's a line here and a line there. So here we have 3, 6, 3, 8. Does that match something? No. 3837 or 3839. Okay, let's solve it with the other one that fits that. Arsenic was 11.8. There's our 11. How did we get the 8? Don't know. What about, there's a second liquid in there? Is that what it is? What about glycerin? Glycerin is 1819. 1, 8. There it is. It's the difference, maybe. This top liquid height versus the height of the thing. If that theory is right, then in this one, we've got 3 extra in a total, maybe it's the total height from here. Glycerin was what? 1 of 9. Okay. Well, if my theory is right, the third digit will be this height here of our thing, 3. 3839 and 3837. Okay, so that theory is right. The 3 is the length of the second liquid. But now if my theory is right about how you get this, it feels like maybe you measure to the top of the bottle. And that would just be 1 more, whatever the first digit was. But that would be, so our thing would be 3 over 8. And then 3 over 9. 3839, which is our laudanum. Okay, so that's just a different, that's how you solve this. And then once you solve the laudanum, you can get the foot, which is what you need for this. I think that's right. It's just that we figured it out from this. We back solved it. I think that's what's happened. All right. So, but now we know she took the saw, she took the laudanum, and we've solved this puzzle, and I think the newspaper puzzle, although newspaper might have a second use. But now we're still down to here. We still don't know how to make the magic wand go full circle. And we don't know how to make use of Arthur's steps. Don't know how to make the magic wand go full circle, and we don't know how to make Arthur's steps, and we don't know what this is. Is this how we're supposed to make use of Arthur's steps? Confusing. Follow Arthur's steps. Follow Arthur's steps. I will follow you to the moon. We didn't solve this. It doesn't feel like there's anything to solve here. Walk back and forth, I'm not sure. Here, look. Complete the... Is this a magic wand? Really seems like this magician's magic wand is part of this. But very suspicious here. Very weird. Feels like that's something. But what? Make the magician's wand go full circle. What does that mean? Make the magician's wand go full circle. Oh, Arthur's steps. Not really complete. Me completes right there. Not quite right. What does it even mean? DJ Moneycut says he thinks this is right, and it implies it's going to cut off this person's. Well, this is the foot. This does make sense that this is the foot here. That's a fun idea. But what's the... Okay, so she uses the saw and the painkiller to knock him out, cut off his foot, feed it to the lions so they what? Have a taste for it? That's a weird thing. But what's this nonsense? Handkerchief flirtation, I will follow you to the moon. But maybe that's not for us. But no, look. If we have to follow Arthur's steps to get the completion of this message. So what does that mean for us? Okay, we completed the magician's magic wand. We can see she plans to cut up his foot or something. But how do we follow his steps in order to get the finale of this message? Does it mean every other letter? What does it mean? Like, we have to be able to complete this message. We need a sentence here, starting with Giuseppe. And somehow following his steps. Feels like we're very close. Okay, well, to the moon. It looks like, I wonder if this is Arthur writing to Julia, who's made him fall for him. Let me know how you feel. I think we have a lot to offer each other. If he's follow his steps, if he's every other because his foot, then can we do every other letter? But then we would have L, T, E, N, W, O. That doesn't seem right. E, M, K, O, H, W. That doesn't seem right. Follow Arthur's step. And we've completed this. So this was part 1. How do we follow Arthur's steps? Follow Arthur's steps. We've cut off his foot. How do we follow his steps? And it's the sentence is going to be something like Giuseppe. What? Like Giuseppe will die. What? This is a very. In the end, it all comes full circle. And then the other thing that's really bizarre were those dates. Like, that's a very weird thing. Like, what is that? And that's on this. Just getting stuck on this concept of following his steps. It's just really throwing me. Follow Arthur's steps. I haven't done anything with some lines that are on the back of one of the documents. Yeah, this one here with long text, but I don't know how to make any, I don't know how to use that. Then there's a comment. Some of the materials are dated. Can we match that with a list of dates? If we try to match this, we have September 10th, 1912. We have May 11th, 1913. Before that, October. We've got one from June 1912. That's not on this list. He's going to be October 16, 1913 is the first one. Let's look at these first. Let's look at these for a second. They're not in order. May 11th. Is it asking for items from the original set? I mean, that's a bit of a bridge too far. October 16, which is the one we're holding. May 11th, I don't see that. Oh no, that's this one. Okay. Then September 10, that's this one. Okay, that's the first three. But then October 5th, 1913, that's actually this one. July 13, 1912, actually, that's this one. All right, this is promising. And then we have a pure 1913. What would that be? I don't know what that one would be. And then June 7, 1912. We do have a June 1912, but it doesn't have a date. So we have most of these, but we don't know what this pure 1913 is. And we have a June 1912, but it doesn't have a day of the month. Is that relevant to us? Is there a date somewhere that I'm missing? How do we make use of this? It's kind of frustrating. 1913 is the big one with the magician on it. Okay, where do you see that? Where do you see the 1913 with the big magician on it? You mean this one? Okay, 1913. Fine. Okay. So if that's that one, that's our 1913. Why 13? That's our 1913. And then if this is our unmarked June one, then we have the complete set here. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. So if we have these in the right order, this is them. I did notice this one actually has some bolded letters. I meant to point this out when we were reading it, but I'm not sure. Just certain letters are always bolded. S, D, S. Doesn't help. Okay. So we've got these in this order. Now what on earth do we do with that? Follow Arthur's step. Let's take a break. I'll see you I'll see you in an hour. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay. Are there hints for this one? We never actually nailed down the train map thing. Maybe that's the answer to Arthur's steps. Maybe the dates documents give us word order. So I had a couple of thoughts. First of all, I like very much the idea that we should be creating a sentence out of this list of documents. I think there probably are hints for here, but let's actually remember that this channel, that we're not about hints. We've only been playing for 2 hours, 40 minutes. So what's the rush? Let's enjoy that this is an interesting puzzle and not get frustrated, and not frustration comes a lot when I think something should be solved, should take its expectations. So let's reset our expectations. Let's assume we might be spending hours on this puzzle now and take our time. So here's a little bit of a theory that there's play on words going on here with follow Arthur's steps. And I think what we should do is we should look through these documents in this order and see if there's some sort of play on words about following steps that might get us one word from each of these. And it's starting with Giuseppe. Giuseppe something. So I wonder if like this isn't our first word, Giuseppe, and then follow Arthur's steps. There's a possibility here. Like, I'm not sure what the steps would mean, but if you're asking like what word now follows Arthur, we do have Arthur here. And we have the word courage. But then Giuseppe courage doesn't seem like it would make sense. Or is it Giuseppe and then what follows the word Giuseppe is Caligari? Let's look for weird things. Then we have Arthur, so maybe Arthur get courage. Should we be looking for the word Arthur? Let's look for oddness here. Certain words that are in each of these letters, each of these documents. Or look for the word step. Arthur's courage among beasts is unrivaled. If you're only interested in that woman, forget about her. She will not bring you happiness. You will not set one foot. All Arthur's steps. You will not set one foot. Out of these grounds. Toughen up, take this life seriously. No one's only making my success. All you need to do is man up and act like it. Do not make me regret. Step is not set. Follow Arthur's steps. Okay, let's look at this document. Does anything jump out here? The Italian lion tamer, i.e. Arthur, is not who I thought he was. I saw a clumsy young man devastated by insecurity, seemed more afraid of the lions than most of the audience. He tried to work through his act, but halfway through got so frightened he left the ring. I went to see the artist and engaged in a lively conversation through a flower card of mine. On a winding path, it wasn't until there was no turning back that I saw the side of his wagon. Everything grows more complex as my initial goal is now. This is a very weird statement, and it makes me think of this. She had a conversation through one of her flower cards. Engaged in a conversation through a flower card of mine, our contact took me on a winding path, and it wasn't until there was no turning back that I saw the side of his wagon. What on earth is that talking about? And then this other thing says you have You have in you leaves and flowers, which also seems to be suggesting this. But what on earth? I went to see the artist in caps afterwards and engaged in a lively conversation through a flower card of mine. So I mean, how on earth? There are these weird little dots everywhere. What are those? Do we see those somewhere else? Is there some writing in here? Or is it talking about the other side of the card? Or is it talking about these orange dots? How do we make use of the orange dots? I don't see any writing. Are there words we're not seeing? And what is this crazy thing about? Seems to be telling us how she's using these. Want to see engage in a lively conversation through a flower card. Our contact took me on a winding path. It wasn't until there was no turning back that I saw the side of the wagon. Is it one of these things where we tilt it? Like 60 seconds ago, I'm like, let's take our time. Let's appreciate this puzzle. Could take hours. And now I'm like ready to light this whole thing on fire. I had a conversation with her flower card. This is one of our letters that I said we should be looking for certain patterns in wording to make sense of follow in Arthur's steps. Follow Arthur's steps. If it's some sort of play on words, but what? And this one, I will follow you. Does every one of these letters use the word follow somewhere? Follow Arthur. Is the word follow on this letter? The word follow is not here in this one. Follow Arthur's steps. DJ Money, so I think the winding path is the train map, so maybe the handkerchief helps us make sense and sentence from the train map. Assembled this in an order, but now I have to take it out of the order to make sense of it. Here are more of these little dots. More of them. Can we combine them? It's like it's just an infinite number of things. All right. That's a clever observation. The side of the wagon is on the background of the picture of Arthur. That's a good observation. I went to see the artist afterwards, engaged in a lively conversation through a flower card of mine. Our contact took me on a winding path. It wasn't until there was no turning back that I saw the side of his wagon. This is absolutely a wagon. Everything grows more complex is my initial goal. Well, that's the side of the wagon. What does it want from us? This is all the more bizarre because it feels like we have the answers to the questions already. What objects were used? Who did the murder? I just don't. Oh boy. Is there an ad or a flyer with the whole image of this wagon thing? We have no idea what this card is about and how to use it. None. There's our map, but that map seems to just say I'll kill Giuseppe. And the newspaper article says that the lion tamer and the director were both killed. So it seems like she killed them, although didn't tell us how she killed the director. Sounds like she just sawed off this guy's leg. Doesn't really make sense as a story, though. If you came to me and said, hey, I killed those two guys, the lion tamer and the director, and I say, how? And you say, I sawed off his leg and the lions ate him, you'd say, what are you talking about? That is not an explanation. How do you go from giving him a sedative, sawing off his leg, to the new leap that the lion killed both of them? That makes no sense. Where's the rest of the story? Did she drug them and then cut off both of their legs and leave them, and the blood attracted the lions and the lions killed them? That's a lot of missing pieces to the story. I don't see why she needs any other names or anything. She just needs to tell us how she killed them. It looks like it involves cutting off a leg. Maybe the lions like the leg. The blood attracted them. Doesn't tell us how she killed Giuseppe, though. Unless she cut off both their legs. DJ Moneycat says, Arthur's insignia says Arthur Caligari. That is a pretty good catch. He's the son, huh? That's what you were trying to say before? Does it? I guess if that's this. Top says Arthur. And the bottom, we kind of looks like it says Caligari. And then this one, but I see. So we think this is an A up here. This is the A that we see here. So Arthur is going to be the son of Giuseppe. That makes some sense. That's a pretty cool element to the story. That's a pretty cool element to the story and a very good catch, DJ. But I don't know how that solves anything for us, though. Okay. I talked a big game about not wanting to look at hints, but then I also am now remembering talking about how frustrating things get and spending 6 hours and getting angry. Maybe we need to open this web page and put an end to this painfulness. Dossier 46. Help. Help, please. Help. I'm ready for help. This is the letter that with our second stage that we don't. Is this the hint that we should look at first? Hold on. Let's look at the flower. Help. What the F are you trying to tell us to do with this handkerchief card? Can you find any context for this document? It's mentioned anywhere. Does it match with any events described around this date? No, stop. This is the flower card given by Julia to the lion tamer. Can you find anything that corresponds with the options for attire? I mean, yes, we clearly looked at this to match this. We saw that he's got a handkerchief in his right hand. I want to be free with you. And we saw maybe this is this, because this, but okay, please end this misery. The portrait of a man wears a handkerchief in his right hand, has a handkerchief in his breast pocket. Yes, we saw this, and wears a black bow tie. Well, it wasn't very clear if it's black, but okay, we entertain that possibility. He is saying, I want to be free with you. I will give you both body and mind. I will follow you to the moon. Okay, we figured that out. How is that helpful? It's not. It's not helpful for anything. Next. That was worthless. Follow my stops. Okay, let's see if this one had any relevance to the specifics of the order. We just read this as I'll end Giuseppe's lives, but let's see. Julius seems to mean something with the underlined sentence see-through. Yes, we got that. The back of the letter has places. Can you trace her route? Julia starts in Bern, ends in Turin. She uses a carriage, so there is only one route she can take. I will end Giuseppe. Okay, so we figured that out. She's just saying she's going to end his life. Fine. And it's saying she only took a carriage, so it's a shorter message. Doesn't help anything. Next. How about this one with this crazy winding path flower card? Giuseppe turns out not to be the lion tamer. Can you work out who takes on this role? Yes, we did. The sun. Take a look at the flower card. What could the winding path be that Julia talks about? So this seems to be suggesting something that we looked to find and couldn't. So let's take another look. Winding path. You think if you trace out a path, you spell something? I don't see it. Okay, let's get another hint. What could the winding... Take a look at the flower card. What could the winding path be? I honestly do not know. Hint 3. Julia mentions the importance of having seen the side of the lion tamer's wagon. What information has she gleaned from the wagon? Take a look at the different documents to find out what was on the wagon. Okay, this was DJ's insight that Arthur is the son. But what does this have to do with the flower card? Hint 2, take a look at the flower card. What could the winding path be? And then hint 3 says she saw the side of the wagon. The solution is the lion tamer is Arthur. What does this have to do with the flower card winding path? All right, F you. Next. Okay, this is the one that's been driving us crazy about follow Arthur's steps. Let's see, I'm very curious how this one works. Let me put these in order, which we did. We did put these in order. It did seem to make sense. May 11th came next. Then came September 10th. Then came October 5th. Then came July 13th. Then came 1913. Then came undated June 7th. Okay, so here's our list. Okay, lots of hints here. Hint 1 says full circle, portrait, something about coming full circle. Can you use this photo to complete the circle of the magician's wand? We did that. We figured that out. Does anything stand out? We notice his foot seemed to be cut off. Sorry. The foot has a score of 5 on the knife throwing illustration. This is the body part, the foot. We can read the letter. When we finish the sentence, we got the magician's wand full circle. We did that. Is there any document that uses this kind of information? Arthur's portrait, full circle. We did that. If you align it, it'll go full circle. Look at the image of Arthur. Does anything stand out? We did that. We got, does anything stand out? Okay, so it stops there. No, it's not solving that, which we did anyway. Okay, fine. But now we're getting into our part here. Anna says, I missed the part about who this Julia is. Who is she? Somehow I thought she was Giuseppe's love. No, Julia is the daughter of Elizabeth that Elizabeth had with the stable boy. Julia is the daughter that was between Elizabeth and the stable boy, Julius. Okay. Now, here are the steps. What have we learned about what Arthur's steps may look like? So this was my theory. Every other alternate stepping, because he had his foot off. But I didn't know how to make use of that. Arthur lost a foot. If you overlaid his portrait with the poster of the magician correctly, you can see his right foot is now substituted with a wooden leg. The wooden leg has a special shape that you could recognize if it were to leave an imprint anywhere. Can you see these footsteps on any document? I don't remember seeing anything like that, other than all those little dots. All right, I don't know what it's talking about. And it says Arthur was her uncle. No. Arthur is the child of the lion tamer, but we were not told that the lion tamer eventually slept with Elizabeth, but maybe Elizabeth did get together with him. In which case, Arthur would be her brother by the same mother, different father, something like that. But let's not get distracted here. Can you see the footsteps? You tell me, where are these mysterious footsteps? What are you talking about? Look at the back of this letter. You will find 2 pairs of Arthur's footsteps. They should correspond with words on the front of the page. What are you talking about? Giuseppe, look at the back of this letter. So we're looking at this letter that says Giuseppe. Is it a different letter they're talking about? They're talking about this letter. Look at the back of this letter. You will find 2 pairs of Arthur's footprints. What's going on? What letter are you talking about? All right, I gotta calm down. I'm losing it. I am losing it. Hint 9. Regarding this letter that said Giuseppe. The wooden leg has a special shape you could recognize if it were to leave an imprint. So they're talking about this shape. Why we would assume that that is the real shape of the thing that was put on his foot. That makes no sense, but okay. Leave aside whether that makes any sense. Can you see the footsteps on any document? Look at the back of this letter. You will find 2 pairs of Arthur's footsteps. What the F are you talking about? Two pairs should correspond with words on the front of the page. You're telling me I'm supposed to look through it again? And is it this? Is this what you're telling me? This is what you're telling me to find? That corresponds to 2 words. One is Giuseppe and the other is found. Okay. Giuseppe's footprints. Okay. Well, we did identify these dots were in everything. And we did ask what was common about all these documents, looking for words. But we should have noticed that all of these documents have these weird blotches. I wish we had stuck with that idea of looking for what was common in this list. So now Giuseppe found, and now we're going to look here for that same pair. Which I guess we see here, we see here, we see here. So what are these 3 words we're going to have to identify. 3. Giuseppe found Arthur's foot was. Giuseppe found Arthur's foot was. We've got 4 of them here. Probably got 4. Arthur's foot was. I only see 3. Oh, here's another one. I just see and. Or Giuseppe found Arthur's foot and was devastated by losing both. Devastated by losing both his losing both his lion's child. Yes, it's saying both his lions and his child. So, was that it? I just see one footprint on here that has the word so. So, that wasn't part of it. There. There's nothing there. Says San. Okay. The first two words of the hidden message are Giuseppe found. On the back of the letter, you'll find a sequence of the documents. Go through all of them in the right order. Use documents that are marked by date. The final word of the message is indicated by footsteps on the front of the first letter. If you want to know where Giuseppe ended up, you can use the itinerary Julia drew on the back of this first letter. So this footstep points to here. So I suppose we're being told where she buried. But she didn't bury him. The lions killed him. I guess they're trying to say that the lions, where Giuseppe ended up. Okay, maybe not that she put him there. Let's read the whole solution here. Giuseppe found Arthur's foot and was devastated by losing both his child and his lion, so he resigned and went to live as a brother in San Michele. Okay, so the newspaper said that lost the lions and the director and the lion tamer, but I guess either he ran away and they thought he was killed because they just have body parts, or they're not, this thing about losing both. Devouring a human being. Maybe it's just saying they ate one of them. Okay. All right, well, let's go to the answer the questions now for this. Load the questions. Start question 1. What was Julia's intention when going to Turin? Well, she's pretending that she's going to reconcile and forgive him, but really she's planned this whole thing out, right? Yes. I mean, let's think about this. Let's not get too hasty here. She says she's gonna, the first letter, she says, I'm gonna go forgive him. But then she shows us the map, and then the map says, I will end Giuseppe's or kill Giuseppe. Okay, so the answer to this is that she's going to kill him right from the start. Outcome correct. Next. What's the relation between Arthur and Giuseppe? This was very smart from DJ Moneycut, seeing something that we overlooked. Arthur is Giuseppe's son. Okay. We don't know who the mother is. Who was dismembered at the lion cages? Okay, so Arthur lost his foot. We know that part. And then the lions ate him, I guess. So the answer is Arthur. What item was used? We figured out that was a saw. Which elixir was used? That was the laudanum. figured that out. Where did Giuseppe end up? Okay, as a brother at the Saint Michel. That was the one thing we suffered with. Where did Julia end up? Where did Julia end up? Well, Arthur is dead. She didn't end up in a relationship with Arthur. Is this something we didn't solve? I mean, we've got the picture of her. She looks like a chemist. How does that answer that question? Did she become a sister in the same monastery that Giuseppe was in? How do we know that? There's something about that pendant that tells us she'd become a sister? This feels like maybe something we've missed in the flower? Any thoughts here? Surely she's not a lion tamer. Or is she? Did she get sent to prison? Do we have a last letter? What's the answer to this one? Look what she says. I took on a job, well, this is at the beginning, until I've worked out what I will do. And this is her last letter. Let that be the end of it. Where did Julia end up? Is it? I feel like we don't have any answers to this unless it's asking us about did she end up in a relationship with Arthur as part of her plot? Like, is it not really asking us where's Julia in the end, but what happened to Julia when she got there? So far, we haven't really seen any real missteps in the way things have been worded. not substantially. So this seems to be asking us, where does Julia go in the very end? But I wonder if it's trying to ask us, where did Julia end? What happened to Julia once she got there? Is it possible that the flower card I'm gonna say, where should Julia end up in a relationship with Arthur? Can I possibly answer it that way? That makes no... I mean, she clearly tried to... Anyone want to get on the record what you think the answer that it wants here is? I'm at a bit of a loss here, trying to think what it's trying to ask of us. Let's see how we have any information about what happened to her at the end. I'm not angry at you. I love you. I wish you the very best. I hope you, like I, found happiness. I think Elizabeth would want that for both of us. Does this mean she... She came here to kill this guy. Instead, she killed his son by cutting off his leg, and then we're told that Giuseppe, who she came to kill, she actually didn't harm, and he went to a mission to become a brother, and she's okay with that? How can that be? Okay, I have a new theory. Okay. This is a very strange story, but I'm going to come up with my explanation for this. And I'll try to make the case. She's going to kill Giuseppe. We know that right from the start. That was her mission. She gets there. She seduces the son, cuts off his leg, feeds him to lions. Giuseppe is heartbroken by the loss of his son and his lions, and we're told that he goes off to the convent, which Julia has tracked down. And it asked us what happened to him, and via Julia's answer, she's followed him off where he's become a brother. And now she said, okay, she writes to Julius, and she says, everyone's happy, everything's fine. The worst is behind us, let that be the end of it. But I have to think she's still going to kill Giuseppe. And so I'm going to assume that the way this letter ends is she's now ensconced herself in the convent at San whatever, and she's plotting to kill the guy. So, but yeah. So at the end of our story, I'm saying she became a sister, but undercover so that she could get at and kill Giuseppe. Because how could she leave him alive? All right, so everyone has a different answer. Someone in the chat say they're going to agree she's in prison. DJ says, I don't see how we answer this. So depending on the answer, if it's really asking how did it end, then it can't be in a relationship because Arthur is dead. So I'm going to say as a sister, but who knows? Here we go. I'm clicking as a sister. Incorrect. Okay, let's try again. Some of you said prison. Okay. Incorrect. Okay. So maybe it wasn't asking how it really ended up, but actually what happened when she got there. In which case it's relationship with Arthur. Okay. But, oh, Arthur's not dead, maybe. Maybe Arthur's not dead. Maybe he got mauled and they lost their lion tamer, but she still fell in love with him. Even though she cut off his foot? All right, let's find out in the epilogue. "1914, Giuseppe is writing. I met such a tragic fate. Do you not see, mio Dio, how I am the ultimate victim? In Juanada I found adoration, but no love. That malfetta Elisabetta made me crazy with her secrets. I should have killed her instead of Nicola. I should have been a better father to my son Arturo. How could I have let him hear these wild lies? How could I let him near those wild lions without training him better? Forgive me, mio Dio. The world does not want me. It is just as cold-hearted as Elisabetta, so I hide myself away in this monastery, far from the fame and fortune I always looked for. Giuseppe Cagliari. That's it. Oh, outro? No, that's it. All right. In contrast to our other games, the final act is a completely original product that was written and designed during the Kickstarter campaign. You've played the very first version of it. We're curious to find out what you thought of the final act. Okay, we played the first version and the final version. Okay. Anna says, why didn't she just kill Giuseppe in the first place? It's madness. Cutting off your boyfriend's foot. How romantic. It was especially weird that when we chose to say, I can't do it. It's making me start over again if I want to choose something. Well, the final answer of where did she end up, we said in a relationship with Arthur. So I guess Arthur didn't die. He just got his foot chewed off a little bit. Though I don't quite get that. Then She decided to stay in a relationship with him? I don't understand that. She went to kill Giuseppe. She got a saw. She got the sedative. And then what happened? Did she drug him? I don't understand. DJ says, biggest pet peeve in a mystery game is when it's over and I'm still not sure what happened. Yeah, I don't really understand what it's saying happened. What did she do? She said that Giuseppe was heartbroken when he saw his son when he lost his son and his lions. But I don't understand. If she was going to kill Giuseppe, she didn't kill him. She sawed off his son's leg and the lion mauled him, but the lion didn't kill him, and then she dated him? But it didn't give us any of that information? I don't understand that. Anna says, is that it? No explanation? Doesn't seem like there's any explanation. Load it up again. Well, there was no explanation. She went there to kill him. To do this whole thing again. Arthur is his son. Who was dismembered? Arthur. Item was at the lion cages. A saw. That's what she chose to use. And then she chose to use the laudanum. And then Giuseppe ended up as a brother. Resigned, went to live as a brother. Devastated by losing, Giuseppe found Arthur's foot. I guess Giuseppe didn't die. The newspaper didn't tell us. We just assumed he died. Where did she end up? We said in a relationship with Arthur. Correct. Looking for related documents. There's one related document in the Turin Municipal Archive. She ended up in a relationship with Arthur. Searching for related documents. One was found. When you click on that, you get one page about Giuseppe saying, I'm the real victim. Forgive me. Not forgive me. But I'm the real victim. Elizabeth is horrible. Can you scroll it? I don't understand that. I don't understand how that's the ending to this. If you click outro, what do you get? Miss that. All right. Well, okay. It's been almost 4 hours. We didn't read the rest of the letters. Based on this outcome, I'm not inclined to want to. I suppose we have to give our final thoughts here. All right, let's take a 5-minute break. We'll come back. We'll give some final thoughts. I'm curious what your final thoughts are. I definitely feel burned out. Maybe this is partly due to us just playing 3 or 4 very long sessions in a row. Maybe this is a lesson that we need to have bigger breaks, but clearly this last case threw us for a loop. But let's take a 5-minute break. We'll come back. We'll talk about it. back to give some final thoughts. DJ says, the ending obviously no good. The footstep puzzle was tedious, fragile, unreasonable, and completely left the realm of reality. I wanted to like the story. It started strong. Now I don't even know what the story was. I think it could be fixed. Unfinished. Normal conclusion was better than this extended one. I see the potential of an extended story, but the execution was not very satisfactory. Footprint puzzle was quite bad for me. How are the footprints all over those documents? It makes zero sense. Yes. Okay. I think it's absolutely true that that last footprint puzzle, it wasn't just that it was so weird and difficult to spot that stuff, and that it seems like it could have been anything, but it's that it doesn't thematically, there's no way for that to be a code. Almost everything else is like, hey, I've hidden some information in a code, go in my letter and figure it out. Like there's some rationale for the code. Whereas that puzzle, it just made no sense in the world, which is what DJ was saying. I mean, it just left reality completely. There were some other very weird puzzles here, so some real failures here. On the other hand, I mean, I should say, there's two things that I should say. First of all, it was fun that we got a whole actual little mini cold case here in this optional finale that I wasn't expecting. I thought we were just going to get some puzzles. So that was fun. It started pretty strong. And it was fun to have the daughter go off on this mission of revenge. But then also the way it wrapped up felt unfinished. Like that part was broken. Like what happened to her? She ended up in a relationship. It was just very unclear. Like it seemed clear to us that the son and the father died. Giuseppe died in the attack due to the way the newspaper story was written. And then it turns out that only the son lost his foot and the other one was let free, and she followed him and decided not to bother him. I mean, there's some very weird things there, and those don't seem central to the mystery. I don't know why the game was so shifty about telling us whether they were dead or not. I don't see what that got them. And then one of the real easy misses that was so weird was the idea that when we clicked the finale answer, that she was in a relationship, and we said, okay, let's now hear how that happened. The game gave us a letter from Giuseppe saying I'm a victim. We didn't hear anything from Julia about how she ended up with Arthur, which we had no evidence for. Almost feels like something went wrong at the end. But that's what happens with these Kickstarters. You get this little extra content that is created after the game funds, so there's no incentive other than this sort of integrity to make it good. That's not enough to make things good. And maybe if you're asking for what lessons we should take, there might be some. Let's run down them quickly. One, as you don't take breaks, as you have these marathon sessions, today's session 4 hours, but then we did 6 hours the day before, and 6 hours the day before, 6 hours the day before. Maybe my frustration level starts to creep up more on a hair trigger. And we start to make mistakes and get careless and get frustrated. But the other lesson Okay, can someone get rid of the spammer? The other lesson is about hints. Maybe we should more freely jump to read hints when we get that frustrated. It's a catch-22 because some of the best moments are when you don't give up and you figure it out. But then if you're never going to figure it out, better that you go for and read the hints. I'm just trying to fix this problem because can I fix the problem? No, someone, maybe I can. Okay, so that's that. Now, I do want to say that we should have, we had the idea in that last puzzle when we had that stack of items that were dated. We did have the idea to look for what was common in those letters. I was looking for words being used, follow Arthur's footsteps. And I tried several times to look through that list of what was common in them. Did they all use a certain word? Did they all have a sequence passing through it? And we should have noticed. We did notice those weird blotches. It's another case of noticing something that's significant that you think might be significant and just saying, maybe it's just random. But we should have noted that all of those documents have the splotches on them. If we had picked up on that, which we should have been able to, then there's a good chance we would have been looking for footsteps in that. Now, I'm not sure we would have found it because that was a very odd thing and a very subtle little visual clue. So I don't think I'm not at all convinced we would have found it, but I would be more satisfied if we had said, hey, this list of documents all have this visual oddity. It's probably something to do with that. Then I would have felt better. So overall on Circus Grounds, the deluxe content, I mean, I would skip it for the most part. Overall, the entirety of the experience, this might have tainted it a little. I still think it was a pretty good experience, just needed a little bit more work here. All right, I promised we were going to do a taste test of these diet cream sodas, and we are going to do that now. So the one on the right, on your left, the Dr. Pepper cream soda, this is the one that I actually drink occasionally. It's very sweet. All cream soda is sweet. And this A&W one, I never buy. So let me taste them here. This one looks more like how cream soda is supposed to look. This one looks more like maybe what Dr. Pepper is supposed to look like. Good. Not super vanilla-y creamy. Not super overly sweet, although all the cream sodas are sweet. And now the A&W, which I don't normally drink. I would say the A&W cream soda is sweeter tasting. Tastes a little bit more like the overly sweet cream soda. So maybe if you're interested in the very vanilla-y, classic, overly sweet cream soda, this one might be closer to it. Just a classic, sugary cream soda. This one, I would say, is more to my liking. It's still got that vanilla cream soda taste, but not as strongly, not as syrupy sweet. All right. I did want to talk a little bit about public speaking here. I don't know if anyone is still on this channel with me here. YouTube says 12 concurrent viewers, 11 likes. 4 hours in, 2:11 a.m. So I went to the local board game design competition pitch night. And last year I fully participated and I got up and pitched a game. This year I decided it would be kind of obnoxious to pitch a version of New York Noir High and Low that I'm going to work on for the next year. So I didn't do that, but I got up and I just spoke for 30 seconds after everyone did their much longer pitches. And I just said basically that if anyone is interested in making a game that makes use of some of the components from New York Noir, the directories, I'd be happy to share them. And if anyone's working on a cooperative game, especially if it's got narrative elements or procedurally generated content, I'd be happy to assist or help brainstorm, etc. And I enjoy public speaking. I enjoy giving a lecture. I enjoy giving a talk. I enjoy being out here on YouTube and just talking to the camera. Having said that, I tend to be, in general, a sort of anxious person. And to me, it feels like there's a little bit of a disconnect. I sort of enjoy the process of being nervous. Like, you get nervous, anxious. Some people, that combines with hating it. Like, oh, public speaking makes me anxious, so I won't do it. And you might think the people who like it are the people who are relaxed doing it. And there are plenty of people who get up at these things and they just talk and they don't look like they're uncomfortable or nervous at all. And then there are people who are nervous and uncomfortable. And I have a kind of a split issue for me. My body gets anxious. And occasionally at things like this, not the other day, but occasionally at things like this, my hand will start shaking. And on rare occasions, it'll do that just because I'm anxious or overly stimulated for no reason that I can identify. But I don't mind it in general. In general, I'm just like, oh, it's kind of fun. And part of that is because a little bit of self-delusion. Certain people will self-delude into thinking everyone's looking at them and thinking negative things, whereas I'm in the class of people that self-delude and's like, oh, that cute girl probably finds it charming that I'm nervous. Things like that. Okay, but the specific thing I wanted to talk about is I've noticed that my breathing goes off. And it's almost inevitable if I'm at a lecture and I'm going to ask a question, especially if I'm going to ask a challenging question to a speaker, or if I get up and talk, inevitably it will be that after the first sentence or so, I realize I haven't taken a breath. I've just been talking. And then so it'll be like I'll be talking and then like I'll run out of air and have to stop in the middle of a sentence and like reset and take a breath. And it's very unpleasant feeling. Like it's jarring, and it's got to be jarring to listen to as well. And it feels like a little bit of disassociation. Like I'm having a good time, but I've forgotten to breathe. properly. And I'm clearly not relaxed. And I'm rushing through. So I was wondering if anyone else has something like that. What's a solution? And I'm not 100% sure. I think it has to do with I'm so focused, rehearsed on what I'm going to say, thinking about it right before, and maybe something to do with because of the general anxiety, I'm going much faster than I should go. And I feel like maybe I need to look into some sort of breathing, like focused breathing. Like rather than worrying about the anxiety of speaking, since I don't mind that. I think rather than trying to eliminate any of that, I'm wondering if I shouldn't just look into breathing patterns. Like I know there are specific breathing patterns or exercises that people do, whether it's counting breaths or listening to your breath or breathing through mouth, exhaling through nose. Like I wonder if I think I'm going to look into this, but I wonder if anyone's has any experience with this. Anna says, it's the symptom of fear, not breathing. Solution, breathing exercises beforehand, calming exercises. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm wondering if I, like a fix for this, a hack for this, is to find like a very specific breathing pattern exercise thing that I could do right before I speak. Maybe the effect of it would just be to distract me from rehearsing what I want to say, in which case that would be a trade-off. But I wonder if I can't just, like, if it really is that I'm forgetting to breathe because I'm so focused on the rest, if I just have a very specific, explicit breathing exercise that I could do so that I don't get into that out of breath state. But it's remarkable how consistent it is. I never think of it at the time, but I always find myself that first sentence or so, I'm out of breath. At some point, I realized I've just spoken without breathing in. It's like a singer singing out their last breath and then having to, it's not that dramatic, but it's unpleasant. And it's like a shock to my system, like, oh, I see. Something's wrong. All right, Anna seems to agree with me, though. Just breathing exercise beforehand. I don't need the total victory of being calm. I just don't think that's ever going to happen. But it's almost like I don't need to be calm. I just need the breathing to be fixed. Because it's almost like a cascade effect. Like once you're breathing hiccups because you didn't get enough air, then you've got to fix it by getting air. And then you want to get back on track speaking. So I think it's kind of like once it goes wrong, it goes wrong. So I think maybe I will experiment with some breathing habits, maybe even try to force myself to slow down when speaking. Might help. All right, well, that was it. That's all I wanted to talk about. No one is here. No one is talking to me except for Anna. All right, well, I'll see some of you tomorrow afternoon, 1 p.m. Central Standard Time, Sunday, October 6th, which is today. It's in 10 or 11 hours. will be reading the second letter in the Dear Holmes case. The first letter was very well written. I'm looking forward to seeing what the second letter brings. Thank you for suffering along with me for this one. Let me know if you have suggestions for what we should play in October outside of the schedule already planned. I did suggest that we might play something tomorrow in addition to the Dear Holmes, but since we've gone 4 hours for tonight's session, we won't do that. We will take a break tomorrow, reset, and be ready for next week. But we will be playing stuff next week. More spooky, horror, scary stuff. I'll see you then.